Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hello! Chat, I've reset the can counter. We're starting again from, well, I guess it's one can, because I had one this morning.
Say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get.
Anyways. How are you all doing today? Can. I think it needs to be capitalized. Wait, chat, did you guys see that there's been, like, the, I don't know what to call it. There's been people yapping about Farina ER requirements being low on Twitter, and it makes me laugh. So I kind of want to talk about it.
Running late again.
Meh. Meh. No. No. I 36 started Abyss today, new player. Paul, congratulations! Snowy6688. Next step. Clear Decision Onslaught. Oops. Nah, that's not happening for like 6 months. I believe in you. Look at this sucked ass. And Yehuda's been here for a while, huh? Do we just go for this? No, I kind of want to do my weeklies, actually. I think I'll just do all three of these. Did you farm a good Nefer set? No, actually. I am dodging EM main stats pretty well. Pretty successfully.
Look out below! Light it up! Final warning! Quick as a flash! Wrath from the skies!
Is my Kermit low? Or did I just get unlucky?
Hero incoming!
King and Queen should present a united front.
Drop your weapons! Controlled breathing!
Rise with the sun.
Charge!
I guess it's a little low.
Headbutt!
stage
I
is
fucked
yours,
up.
my queen.
I shall take the spotlight once more.
Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock!
Yeah, whatever. You show your versus stats real quick, sure. Real quick. Here's her stats. Yup. Eh. Yeah, that's lockable. Is that #1 Versa? No, this is not the #1 Versa in a build. I'm #1 on the 0 ER leaderboard, but I generally prefer playing with a bit of ER. Also, I don't have 100 crit rate on my #1 build, and playing with 100 crit rate is more comfortable. I hate missing crits.
Drop your weapon! Control breathing!
He's gonna dodge it, isn't he? He didn't.
Hero incoming!
Thank goodness.
Hero incoming! Yeah!
You are loyal to the wrong master.
Let's move! Volcano!
Oh, he is. Solvent, okay. I'll take a solvent. Healing bonus circlet from this. Sure, I'll lock that. Who knows? Columbina's gonna 1 instructor and is gonna scale with healing bonus. Trust. Trust, that's very, very true. Columbina hasn't even been released, yet Nefer is already Skirk level. Bro, Skirk is a character that's so hard to evaluate fairly. Because there's, like, so many things about her that, like, yeah. Like, I think it's reasonable to say that Veresa's Skirk level, but it's also reasonable to say that, like C0R1 Mawika is Skirk level. Like, there's so many things that go into, like, it depends on how you look at it and like, what your assumptions are. Like, it's, yeah. This Skirk character is kind of cooked, man. That's what she is. Is it a hot take to say Skirk is better than Mawika in practical fights? Meh. We keep getting enemies that have a shield that basically just straight up does not allow you to trigger a reaction on.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to...
It's not actually that Skirk is better at brute forcing shit. It's just that
Now that's more like it.
Hero incoming!
Mawika is getting hard countered by some of these things.
Destruction shall rise. My blade is all that remains.
Quick as a flash!
Wrath from the skies! Switching gears.
Charge!
I'm gonna swap out before I die.
This is only the beginning.
Doing okay. How are you doing? You know why I'm doing okay? Because I'm about to get a billet and I'm gonna be really happy about it. That. Sick, man. I am really happy about it. This is a good day. Sick, man. It worked. It worked. We got a bow billet. Do I even need billets at this point, though? I kind of don't. Alright, bows I have 13. I have 16. Claymores I have 4. Okay, claymores were kind of cooked. Why do I have so few claymores? Did I craft a lot of claymores, or did I just not get claymore drops? I know I crafted. I did craft a lot of, because I made Earthshaker R5 and I made Fresagalia R5. Okay, that makes sense.
Strength is
You have 8? Oh, that's claymore. I thought that was sword. Oh shit, we are poor in swords. I have 2 sword billets. Oh god. Thank god that fucking, like, sword craftable from Nodcry is dog shit, man. Fucking Nilo weapon? Farina weapon that isn't Fav? Like, bro. Good one, man. Like, good one, buddy. Is it actually better than Pipe or Farina? I don't know, actually. I never calced it. I feel like it should be. It's a lot of stats.
one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
Anyways. Enemies, other, leyline. I'm already navigating, so I can't use that to fucking find it. Madge. I just started Genshin and your videos have been crazy helpful. Thanks a lot. I got you, Lusty9. I do feel that, like, if you're entirely new to the game, my videos won't help you that much. Like, they're not that new player friendly.
Burn it down. Drop your weapon.
Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
Headbutt. Kapow. Charge.
Yeah, I guess the reaction guide video would be really helpful. That's true. I'm still not doing part 4 though. I'm sorry, chat. So your videos are good for players getting into the end game? Yeah. It's like for people that already, like, that want to graduate from Zajef guides, basically.
Add Astro.
New to the game and currently era 37. Got FLINS on my account. Is it worth to pull for Farina next patch? People say she's really good and hoping to future-proof my account. Farina's a bit shaky at this point in terms of future-proofing. Currently, Farina is the best teammate for 2. No, okay, not bad. Farina is part of the best team for 2 of the carries that most people will consider meta. And the trend of recent character releases, they haven't really been very synergistic with Farina. What I will say is Farina is very usable, even on for a lot of new characters. She's the sort of character that, like, if you end up going for her, you'll probably never end up truly benching her ass. But I also don't think she's one of the higher value pulls. Yeah, the biggest problem is that being a generalist in current day Genshin is just not that valuable. Because it seems like they're going to be tailoring their balancing around Fearless and Dire, Siege and Onslaught. And for Fearless, sometimes your generalists just straight up won't be enough.
Stand clear.
Be silent. Night falls
I think I missed a crit.
to dust.
Should use this at some point. What about Arlecchino? Is she just redundant with Maoika? Yeah. I think in 2025, if you're pulling only for meta, you should not go for Arlecchino. If you like Arlecchino, she's strong enough that you'll be able to make use of her. Okay. But if it's not that you actively like Arlecchino, you should not even look her way, basically. That's not good.
Insulation. No claw. Animal test 60.
Observe. Close your eyes. To dust.
What about Versa? If she comes out in 6.0, do we have Maoika already? I think Versa has some moments where you could consider her, but depending on what Durin does, I don't really expect her to stay that way for too long. Right? Because, like, I'm like 90% sure that Columbina is going to improve FLINS and Nefer's teams. Oh shit. What the fuck? Am I even leveling this though? I really like Arlecchino and use her a lot. I already have C2 and I have her on Deathmatch. Should I go for C3 or Sig? What team do you play? If you play Melt, I'd say probably C3. Otherwise, probably Sig. Because Sig is better, but the Melt setups that, like, in order for it to be better, you need to do the charge attack. And the Melt setups are kind of cringe to do when you can't dash cancel your charge attack. It's not that they're not possible, but they're cringe as fuck. And they're more difficult. And you're like, you're throwing a wrench in your own plans. You just do a charge attack at the start, it's fine. Yeah, but people forget. Like, it doesn't actually matter how much how much DPS GZ would get if it was playing your team. What matters is how much DPS you get when you play the team. Sure, GZ can be a good indicator of it, but it's not the end-all be-all. And neither are cows, for that matter. And the reality is that nobody fucking starts with a charge attack, man. Straight up, no one does. The sort of people that are going to be able to remember to consistently start with a charge attack are generally going to also be willing to learn the combos that don't need to cancel the charge attack. So doing the charge attack won't even be necessary for them.
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
Is he never close to Malika with Columbina? I mean, she could be. You got FLINS to Enka today. The bill is okay now. It's not, man. This is my sands. This is my crafted goblet. This is my off-piece feather. I don't want to add it. I'm embarrassed, okay?
Accelerating. Insulation.
Observe. To dust. Be silent.
It's actually like so embarrassing, man. No, biggest free owner. That's not how it works. It's weird. The C2 stuff is like dank, honestly.
Defensive mode.
Alright, it's that fuck ass enemy that doesn't allow me to trigger lunar charge.
Do you fear the dark?
So I don't get any fucking damage.
Your eyes.
I also can't trigger swirl.
Be silent.
Annihilation mode.
Where the fuck is the other one? There it is.
Stand clear.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Where's my crit, man?
Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Genuine question, my friend is C4, is she still worth C6ing, or should I keep saving for Columbina? At the end of the day, going for cons on characters, like, at some point it stops being about optimization. Right? Like, if what you want is, like, a really strong team, if what you want is a really strong team, going for Farina cons tends to be less of a return than going for other characters' cons.
The Adventurers Guild. Thank you for.
But that just, in general, is the case for supports.
Add Astra at
Is there a single support in the game where getting them at C6 is better than getting them at, like, C2 and your carry at C3R1? Probably not, right? She loaded, yeah, good one, buddy.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of
Fair okay. Sure. Sure, fair. If you really like Farina and you want to go for cons on her because of that, then how powerful it is just won't end up mattering to you. Right? Why is Wanderer so weak? Because he was released in the Shangling era. Can Nefer use Yamiko's signature? It is worse than Black Marrow Lantern. A attack is basically a dead stat on her. Damage percent is basically a dead stat on her. Which means that the only thing you get from Kagura's Verity is 66 crit damage. Now, if you watch my pre-release, you'll know that 30 or 66 CV, right? That's what you get from Lost Prayers. And Lost Prayers is worse than Black Marrow. Basically, there is no crit weapon that is better than the Black Marrow unless it has 542 base attack. Because none of them give a stat that's like a substat that's useful for Nefer. And just 66 CV is worse than what you get from all the stats you get on Black Marrow. So Molani Sig, for example, is better than Black Marrow? Yeah, it's like 1% better. Right! All?
I was right all along.
Shit, man. Sorry. You know, chat, I just realized that the dog's ride emote is the dog doing this, not a dog doing this. I just realized that. For, all along, I thought it was a dog, like, shushing you. It's not? I'm not alone! Widsith or Black Marrow? I would slightly lean towards Widsith, but if you don't want to deal with the RNG, you can just do Black Marrow. It's not a big enough difference. Oh boy. Hey, should we look at this Farina shitpost that someone sent in chat earlier? Give me Skirk, give me Escoffier, give me AoE healer, or I retire. I don't think bro understands that one. That doesn't rhyme like it's supposed to. This is supposed to be an ABAB, or like an ABCB rhyming scheme. It's not working. If you want to use these lines, you should have the healer as the second one, not the third one. Also, Escoffier and AoE healer are the same thing. It can be ABCC too. It doesn't sound as good. It should be like, give me Escoffier. No. What should it be? Give me Skirk, give me an AoE healer, give me 4 cost premium, or I retire. Still doesn't rhyme. Healer and retire are like... They kind of rhyme. They're not like true rhymes. I don't know what it's called in English. But it like phonetically is the same sound. It's a very poor rhyme. Right? Like it's a the consonant doesn't even rhyme, it's just a vowel rhyme. Yeah, like it, but for the sake of a meme it's good enough, right? I don't think they're supposed to rhyme. But they are. It just sounds so much better if the second and the fourth line rhyme. Anyways, meet the Hydro Fraud Con. I don't know about Fraud Con. Like, that makes it sound like you like frauds. Maybe she commits fraud. Just pronounce Escoffier as Esco Fire. So true. Anyway, you're so right. They call me 007. 0 damage contribution, 0 Nograi teams, 7 teams compromised just to slot in. Damage so dogshit, TOM performs better than Golden True. No AoE healer, have fun staying at 40% HP. Signature so shit it ruins the weapon matter. This is so true, by the way. Renamain's try to burst every 3 rotations, they are using her signature weapon. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so this is Farina DMing Escoffier. You're so beautiful. Let me take you out. I want to get you a table at Live. Girl, I want to write a song about us. What, you want me to call it? Restraining order. Farina damage percent boost is 75%. What? Her average damage percent boost is only 30 to 40%. That's kind of fake, though. In practice, it tends to be more than that. Like. This is a bit pessimistic. Signature drip. Just put the 5 in the bag. But that's not about her being a fraud. That's just advice. Palomina isn't gonna power creep her. Alice is gonna be best in slot with her. She'll be meta relevant again after Lunar Shills. She's essential for Skirk teams, bro. 5% increase. Okay, this has to be. This has to be like doing some things wrong. I need to take a look at this. Okay, so. It's this one, right? Okay. What is the rotation they do here, actually? I'm kind of curious. Yalon, Escoffier, Molani. I guess that's really straightforward, huh? Wait, do they end with Molani? Oh, this is a 2-skill Molani rotation. I see, that makes sense for the energy. Yolani R is kind of fake without weapon. That's why it's a 2-skill Molani rotation. That makes sense, though. How many E's is Yolanda doing? Only one. But she catches one of the sets of particles from Molani. That's kind of an interesting one, though. But also, I don't know about comparing it to this team. Because, like, TDDS to Escoffier is a little suspicious. And Seedlolly with this weapon is also a little suspicious. With Finale is a little suspicious. I think if you want to make it a fair comparison, you should probably be comparing it to, like, this team. But I guess this team benefits a little bit more from the fucking fake-ass bullshit. I don't know. I don't know. It's an agenda post. It's not supposed to be factual. But I don't necessarily agree with that. Like, it should be somewhat factual. There are other angles to attack Farina that are actually true. So using one that's kind of just straight up false. But anyways. How much of an actual DPS increase is Farina's Sig in Nevidet Hyper if upgrading from Pipe? So, in terms of personal stats, right, you've got your base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. We've got crit damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective HP. Then we also have ER requirements, right? You've got 8 particles from... What team are you playing, actually? You said Farina, you said Nevidet Hyper, but, like, what team specifically is that? Is that Chilon and Kazuha? Because that is probably the one team in the game that benefits from Farina's Sig the most. Okay. ER requirements should be pretty low. Right? One set of particles from Neuvillette caught on her. One not caught on her. one set of Kazuha particles caught on her. The other one not caught on her. 2 sets of Chilonin particles not caught on her. We assume 5 on Chilonin and on Kazuha? Or only on Chilonin? Uh, 165 times 0.04%. You're missing out on 6 damage percent if you go 5. Doesn't really. For now, let's assume 1-5. And it's not high enough refined to proc twice per rotation. So 0-5. Her ER requirements will be like 120, which is basically trivial. Yeah. So Farina, 15307 base HP. Weapons. You would be using, where is it? Sword. Splendor of Tranquil Waters versus Pipe. Alright. One of the big problems with Pipe in this team is that a lot of Pipe's power is energy recharge. Right? And you don't need an ER in this team. Is Pipe even your best option? Would Serenity's Call R5 just be better? 32% HP versus 8%. Oh, it's not 8, it's 16% crit rate. Now, this should still be, well... yeah, it should be better. Okay. HP percent, double HP. HP resonance, about 20 from subs. Damage percent, 28 from her thing, 70 from Golden Troop, 40 from Cinder City. I don't know how much from Kazuha, depends on your gear, but like, I don't know, 32 from Kazuha. Average fanfare isn't going to be too high in this team. 200. Sure. Something like this. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Effective HP. Okay. This is Pipe. We're gonna have a few others as well. Yeah, we can do 40 damage percent. Festering. Right, was 3212, right? Yeah, 3212. Plus 32. 12. Wolf Fang. R1 and R5. Damage percent and crit value are different. We get 16, 27.6 times 2, 16. It's not 16 though, right? It's like 8 average. Because Wolfang doesn't stack off field, right? Yeah. Sure. Okay, and then this times 2 times 2. Yeah, we can have Serenity's Call as well. But it won't be an Ascendant Gleam, right? So you'll only get 32% HP. And then finally, we take a look at her Sig, right? So HP percent, how much is it again? 28% HP? Damage percent, 24. Crit value, 88.2. Percentage of pipe. Right? Your Farina is gaining about 40% personal DPS. And so I'll stick to ER Sands, not in this team. In this team, the ER from Pipe is completely wasted. That's why Sig is not complete dog shit, by the way. Otherwise, it would be pretty ass. This one. Farina is about 30% of your team DPS. So this would be equivalent to about a 13% team DPS upgrade. It's not insignificant. Actually, yeah. But yeah, like, it's not worth going for. But if you play your Freda in a Neviletti, the weapon being on the Nefer banner isn't bad for you. But that's mainly just because there's no good 4-star weapon in teams that don't have high ER requirements for Farina. Like, the only good one is Wolves, and if you're not a Battle Pass buyer, you're just cooked. What about in solo Hydro? Well, just having to go ER Sands makes it so that Sig is like, the upgrade from Sig is like basically divided by 2. And that's assuming you're comparing it to Pipe or Festering, not to Fav. Fav gives you way more ER than an ER Sans worth. So in solo Hydro teams, ER Sands won't be enough ER. You'll need a lot more from your substats. And all of those stats that could be crit or HP if it were Fav will make it so that Sig will basically be a side grade to Fav. Also, in those teams, a personal DPS upgrade on Farina doesn't do shit because Farina's not doing any damage. Pretty much the only team that's actually sees a noticeable upgrade from Farina's Zig is Nebula. Are you saying that Wolf R5 started up better than Farina Sig? No. The reason why this number is smaller is because we changed Sig to ER Sands, but we didn't change Wolf to ER Sands. We were just comparing Sig to Pipe. And the teas are you go ER Sands, you don't go Sig, but you also don't go Wolf. You just go fucking Fav. Just put the Fav in the bag though, bro.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high.
Is Niven still worth getting now? Worth getting is a loaded statement. He can be, but he wouldn't be my #1 recommendation.
Then squash it all down. Take Hut, hut.
Meta tier list going into 2026. John, maybe I could be convinced to make an actual tier list. Like for YouTube, yeah. How good do you think Olympia will be for certain characters? Tier list based on your assumptions of her kit? Oh, I don't fucking know. Like it's too hard to make assumptions for that. Is attack speed from C2 Gene worth considering for FLINS 3 mini burst combo? No. FLINS 3 mini burst combo doesn't actually matter. Because you need really fucking good execution if you get it. But even if you do, for the third mini burst, you don't have your buffs anymore. So it's not actually a major DPS gain unless you change your team for it. But when you don't get it when you've changed your team for it, well, you just change your team to a worse team for no upside. And you need basically perfect execution to get it, so you're not going to get it reliably. Skyward Spine plus C2G. The thing about Jean is that the spot she would take on your team is the buff slot, but her buff is VV, and the third mini burst that she like allows you to get like is forced to happen more than 10 seconds after you swap to her, so it's not gonna get VV'd, and it's gonna tickle the enemies. Like, if you have to change your team for it, it's not worth it. It's only worth it if you just get it. That's why Skyward Spine can be okay, because Skyward Spine, just looking at its stats, is similar to the free-to-play options. So if you get it on Skyward Spine, then that's cool. Good stuff. Anyways. What's best in slot? 4 stars for Nefer. I mean, I don't think you should go for Nefer if you didn't get Llama. But, like, if you really hate yourself, Kuki, Aino, Kole, I suppose. I mean, she's as good as Alhaitham without Llama. Can you... when is the last time I said it was a good idea to go for Alhaitham? Nefer or FLINS? I have Nefer and Llama. Nefer is better than FLINS, but Llama without Nefer is better than Inefa without FLINS. So, it's up to you. They're both reasonable choices. Isn't Dendro the worst element? No. I would not say it is. I wonder what the worst element is now. Is it still Geo? Probably. The reality is that elements don't have any inherent power. Right? Because some reactions do more than others, but characters are balanced accordingly. It's not like they come up with a kit and then fucking randomize what element the kit is gonna be and then never touch the numbers again because the numbers are already decided. Right? So there is no inherent value associated to any element. But inherent value aside, how strong are the elements in terms of their prevalence in the meta? That's something we can talk about. What would be the worst element? Oh yeah, it's definitely Geo. Because at this point, the only Geo character you actually see in the meta is Shiloden. Navia. Nah. Element, tier list, Genshin. So this was an old... This template was last modified 5 years ago. That's crazy, man. This is a relic of the past. Jesus Christ. Alright. Yeah, I don't know why Dendro's there if it was last modified 5 years ago. Oh, is it because... Never mind. Never mind. This is not my last modification. It's the last time an image was uploaded to the template. Never mind. Okay. So, what is the best element right now? Yeah. Well... Maybe it's not, honestly. Because, like, Hydro feels like it's doing more. But if you just look at the prevalence of characters of X elements in the meta, I think Pyro's higher. Like, Hydro's in more different types of teams. But you use more Pyro characters. But, like, also... It's like, what teams are really, like, carrying the meta right now? Like, Skirk, Maoika... And then... It's like... Orisa, Moloni... FLINS... Lama, soon Nefer... But what do Skirk and Maoika teams have in common? They have Cryo in common. But Cryo's not really seen on the other meta teams. Like, that's the thing. Does one character make the whole element good? I mean, it's not one character. It's, like, mainly Citlali, Escoffier, and Skirk. And, like, for Pyro, it's, like... Maoika, Bennett, Chevreuse. I think Pyro can be here. Then we have a Hydro and Cryo. I think. Actually, honestly, maybe Hydro's kind of a sneak right now. I feel like Hydro will come back up with Columbina, but like right now, Nefer and FLINS rely on Hydro. Nefer's not out yet, and FLINS isn't that good. Every meta team except Maoika uses Hydro. Okay, Varissa hater. Okay, Varissa hater. That's fine. Chevy is also a sneak, because she has one good team. That's not true. But also, Chevy isn't being ranked. Pyro as a whole is. If you just look at quantity of units that feel like they're very significant and important for the meta, like Pyro right now has 3. Maoika, Showers, Bennett. Hydro has... anywhere between 2 and 7, depending on how strict you are. Cryo has 3. Electro has, like, more. I feel like they've been pretty, like, balanced in their elemental distribution of good characters. I feel like right now you could honestly make an argument that it's like this.
Cuckoo.
Shut the fuck up, Aoife. Maybe, but before Nefer comes out, it's more like this. Animo 5 stars are pretty weak, aren't they? They are, but they kind of get hard carried by Sucrose. But I guess that's kind of the same as Shilonen and Geo, so maybe it's like a bit further down.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So,
The better question is Navia Maoika better than any animal main DPS? No, the better question is, with the new Maoika combos, Is it even worth swapping to Navia in the Navia Mawika team? That's the real question. Petra Navia, so true. Yeah, I don't know. My Navia outdamages Mawika. Am I playing it wrong? No, like in the Navia Mawika team, if you're playing the rotations normally, your Navia will be doing more damage than your Mawika. I think the rotation on GC Sim also has that. Kind of curious, actually. Navia, Mawika. That number's lower than I expected it to be. Wow. Yeah, this is basically no charge attacks on Mawika. You do one. Is Freyna better than Bennett here? Supposedly by, like, 3%. Hmm. Hmm. Is Navia better than Bennett here? Fuck no. Obviously not. Not at all. But, like, yeah, obviously Mawika is a better carry than Navia. That's not a surprise for anyone, I think.
I checked absolutely everything. Turns out.
Yeah. Chat, I'm thinking, like, if I were to make an actual tier list, I don't think it would be like the default tier list format. I'd kind of want to change things up a little. But I don't know exactly how I'd want to go about it. Because, like, I think it's really difficult to just compare characters in a vacuum to one another. So maybe instead of characters in a vacuum compared to one another, I'd compare teams. lot of teams. There are a lot of teams. Give each team a score on price/accessibility, playability, power, versatility. I mean, I do like the idea of having a few metrics to rank each team on. So like, but what should those metrics be? Obviously, just overall damage has to be one. That's exactly what Jello's doing. Is Jello doing that? I wasn't aware. I think I like adaptability. Is that how you write this? I don't know. As a factor. Because, like, take a character like Molani, for example. As much as Molani is kind of a cringe fucking unit, she's the sort of character that, like, is pretty good to own when it comes to being able to adapt to different types of enemies in such an onslaught. Right? With the meta evolving in a direction where you get shilled enemies, a character being able to adapt to a lot of different shills can be pretty good, right? So the fact that Molani is a very solid slot in Skirk teams, the fact that Molani can enable some dual carry teams, even if they're not necessarily the best, the fact that as long as you trigger the requirement for having a pyro unit to vape on the team, you have a bit of flexibility in terms of what units to use. It gives her a lot of adaptability. But, I don't know. Isn't what you just explained a worse Varessa? Yes. But isn't Arlecchino pretty similar? In a way, I suppose. Not quite to the same extent, though. What other factors should we have? team overlap. But I don't know how much of a downside team overlap even is anymore. Like, for example, right? If you're a Verissa hater, you might say, well, Verissa's best team uses Maoika, and now with the new Maoika combos, it is reasonably ahead of the other options. So her best team has major overlap with the best team in the game. And that's a reasonable thing to say, but on the other hand, the Maoika melt teams don't always work. In this Siege Onslaught, they suck ass. People don't like they can even execute the Maoika combos reliably. Well, the Overload combos are easier to execute than the fucking fake-ass melt combos. Verissa is worse than Auron here. She is not. You're like actually just delusional. She is not worse than Auron. Klein, on the other hand, but sure, but not Verissa. What, in your opinion, is the best replacement to Maoika and Verissa teams? Depends on what you're fighting. Bennett, Pyro MC, and Chenling are the main three you think about. Durin soon. True. I think we can have a Braves Kirkanara index. Alright, so a team like Molani, Vape, or even Melt Maoika would have a pretty low Braves Kirkanara index. But a team like Nevillet or Skirk would be pretty high. Yeah, it's ease of use, kind of. Will this become better with Verissa than Verissa with the Ansan? I mean, the Ansan instead of whom? Instead of Bennett, it'll be basically the same. Instead of Auron, you don't have all-field Electro. Instead of Chevreuse, huh? So no. But also, like, all the fucking Verissa Sims also don't have Yeonsan, which is her best teammate. So, like, yeah, no. Wrong thing. If I have no cons and no saves, can I do Fearless Drake with Maoika Varesa? You can do Dire Drake with Maoika Varesa if your builds are good enough. With no cons, no seg. But yeah, you can do Fearless. Do we add investment? Maybe. Hmm. What should we call it? Like sub-premium performance or some shit? Maybe. I don't know what to call it, man. Yeah, and then there would also be, there was another thing I wanted to include. Let's have this one be called the Cope performance. Um, what should we actually call the metric that quantifies how easy a team is to like pilot? Ease of use, but it's not really ease of use. It's like Because there's teams that are, like, difficult to play, but if you don't play them optimally, you don't get punished too much. And there's teams that are fairly easy to play, but if you fuck one thing up, you get completely cooked. Like Maoika, right? Skill floor. I don't know, though. Like, there's some teams where, like, they're hard to execute well, but you get punished more than others that are as hard to execute well when something goes wrong. Like, overload Maoika teams, right? Doing the good overload combos is real difficult. But Maoika is still a very solid character if you just fucking hold mouse 1, right? Yeah, I guess reliability is fine. So, like, if we were to look at, like, a Maoika melt, and how would we quantify? Would we use, like, letter grades? Would we rank it out of 10? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to rank out of 10. Because, like, especially when you're looking at actual numbers, if a team has more DPS than another, it needs to be higher on a numerical evaluation of the overall DPS. But sometimes, in my eyes, the difference isn't big enough to matter. Because you're reaching the threshold you need to reach. Anyways. Adaptability. Is there a team in the game that going for the units for it allows you more adaptability than Maoika Melt? I don't think so, actually. Skirk? Meh. Not really. Is an ability a character? This is not about characters. This is all about teams. Because I don't think ranking characters makes that much sense. What's adaptable about melt themes? It's not that the team can be used everywhere, it's the units that make up the team are units that are good to have on an account, even when Mawika Melt is not going to be very good against the content. That's what the purpose of this metric is. Right? Basically, adaptability is how often are you gonna fucking regret having gone for X unit because the current Stage and Onslaught lineup isn't good for their teams. Like, that's the idea behind this metric. So the more a character's teams can either be adapted to still work against content that isn't that great for them, or deconstructed to use those units to construct different teams that will work well against the content, the higher this metric will be. Maybe adaptability isn't the right word, but like... Isn't Seatlolly kind of niche, though? Not really. Has there been a single SO boss where Mawika Melt has been the best option? Well, Tulpa, kind of. Not necessarily Mawika Melt, because the teams are a little different, but like it is. I'm a Chaska hater. In my opinion, Mawika solos that fucking fraud here as well. And Mawika was pretty solid for this one too, honestly. And then next patch, Mawika will be pretty solid against the Hera. Maybe not better than the Lunar teams, but still. Overload Mawiko is better there, though? Against what? Against Papilla? Yeah. Yes and no. It was sometimes better, but it kind of depended on your breakpoints. Anyways. What was reliability again? Yeah, it was like how easy it is to play and shit. Yeah, reliability isn't a good name for it. Fuck up tolerance is actually kind of a good one, actually, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And then I'll change adaptability to shill resistance. How resistant is the characters or how resistant are the characters involved in the team to the current Sidon Onslaught shilling something that isn't them? I'll be right back. I'm back. Ain't no way. What is that? Bro, let me click on it. When she breaks up with you and you hit the gym like it's personal. Damn. So true. Okay. Fuck up tolerance for Maoika Melt. F? It's not F. Because, like, yeah, percentage-wise, you lose a lot of DPS when things go wrong. But Maoika's strong enough that even if you lose a good amount of your team DPS, you're still, like, out-damaging Yoimiya. You know? So it can't be F. Like the reason why this matters isn't because people want to know how poorly the character will perform compared to how they can perform when they fuck up. They want to know if they can clear if they fuck up, right? Like that's what actually matters. That's a metric that actually matters. Maoika fuck-up tolerance isn't the best. But it's not the worst either. I think I'll put it at B. Have you seen casuals play Maoika? Okay, so I just want to, like, clarify something. This isn't about people that don't even know how the character works, okay? People that don't know how the character works and that don't look it up are not the target audience for this. They're not gonna look at it. They don't give a fuck. Okay? Like the sort of people that don't even know that you gotta swap from Citlali to Mawika. Like, I don't care, man. Like, you're having fun with the game in a different way from me, and that's completely fine. This is not for you. Right? This is like basically post-coaching Skirkinara, not pre-coaching Skirkinara, if we want to like quantify it. Like qualify it in a way that you guys can understand. It's like when you're told how the rotation is supposed to work, and you're someone who isn't like too invested in the game for like meta-wise, how easy will it be for you to like get a decent performance? Post-coaching Skirkinara is better than 99% of the Genshin player base, though. I mean, 99% of the Genshin player base fucking drools on their pacifier. Like, if you're including literally every single person who plays Genshin, most people play it very casually. Anyways, I don't know if cope performance should be the... I think we should call it incomplete performance instead of cope. Like, if you're in the process of building this team, but you don't have all the things for it yet, how cooked are you? I think Mawika is one of the better ones for this. But I don't know if it should be A or S, because I don't have anything else to compare it to yet. Like, who else would we be comparing it to? Like, Molani, Varessa? Arlecchino, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. One of the biggest things you lose without the full team isn't actually overall DPS, it's fuck-up tolerance. The fuck-up tolerance tanks without Citlali. It becomes way harder to play. So I don't think it can be an S. I think we'll put it in A. Alright. Next, Freeze Skirk. I think overall DPS can also be an S. Chill resistance, I don't think is as high as this. I think it feels higher than it actually is, because the bosses that have been brute forceable with Skirk, right? So this guy, Battle Hardened Shock Trooper, the turtle. Those are the main two, right? The only reason why Skirk would... I mean, that's not even really, like, brute force for Skirk. That was just, she was the shill, really. So I don't know if you could call it brute force. It's like, brute forcing this. The only reason why she worked at brute forcing and Maoika didn't is because the boss actively counters Maoika. Right? Like, Maoika can do it, but it's sus as hell, right? It definitely is brute force because Molani was the shill, but like Molani kind of wasn't the shill because Skirk was better. I guess Molani was the shill, but because she's so ass, she kind of wasn't. Anyways, the point I'm making is like, I think people have a bit of an inflated perception of Skirk's shill resistance because she's never really been anti-shilled yet. They've kind of made sure so far that Skirk has always had a boss that was like okay for her. And I think the biggest problem is that once we reach a point where the shield resistant, like, where there isn't going to be a boss that is brute forceable with Skirk, which will happen for sure. Like, I think this one will still be brute forceable, and maybe this one too, because they don't really shill. Like, this one doesn't really shill anything. And this one does shill stuff, but it's not too bad. Anyways. But once we get to a Sigyn Onslaught that actively, like, shills things that are not Skirk, and it chills them to the point that it's not just straight up brute forceable on other stuff, which will happen. The biggest problem I can see Skirk having is that you're not going to want to use her at all. Skirk is going to be entirely bench. Escoffier is going to be entirely bench. You're going to have two 5-star characters that you're just not even going to include in your lineup. And that's going to feel awful. Because Skirk is so strong, it kind of, like, bleeds into shield resistance because of her ability to brute force stuff. So her shield resistance, I wouldn't say is bad, but it's also not nearly on the same level as Maoika, Melt Team. Escoffier has a bit of flexibility. I mean, I guess. But it's not like she's doing much for any team that isn't a freeze team. You can use her, but she's not, like, a noticeable change. In any case, though, fuck up tolerance for Skirk is S. Straight up, like Skirk might be the team with the highest fuck up tolerance in the game. More than Nevirette? Yeah, I think so. Because optimal Neuvillette gameplay involves playing around with your cooldowns and your rotations, and not doing that actually does noticeably hurt your DPS. It doesn't matter in Abyss, because in Abyss shit tends to be, like, DPS requirements tend to be low enough that Neuvillette's just ability to do AoE stuff and his execution being easy will make it so that he has a lot of fuck-up tolerance in Abyss. But in content where it's just a DPS check with a single target boss, doing bad Neuvillette rotations actually does matter to your DPS. It's hard to do bad Skirk rotations, because you just swap to each of your supports once, then swap to Skirk. And once you're on Skirk, you just enter her skill, hit the enemy. When you have 3 stack, use the burst, and then keep hitting the enemy. You can do dash cancels, but they're not necessary. Getting hit on Neuvillette without shield is like losing a third of your DPS. That's not actually true. Neuvillette's rotations usually involve more animation time than cooldowns could potentially allow. Right? You end up charge attacking while your skill is available, just because your charge attack takes long enough to, like, complete. And so if you get staggered out of a charge attack, you just start the next charge attack, and you cut your rotation short by like 2 seconds, and it's not a major DPS loss. I don't think that getting hit out of a charge attack is that big of a punish. It's more so doing the rotations right. Right, because, like, you look at the Neuvillette hypercarry rotation on GC Sim. I still have it open. Right? We start the charge attack at 10 seconds. Let's say you get hit at 10.5. You get staggered. You get, like, knocked back a little bit. Takes about a second-ish, maybe a little bit more to recover. At 12.3, your skill is ready. Right? So you would just use your skill immediately instead of finishing the full charge attack. It mostly just delays your damage. No, it's the other way around. It's not that it delays your damage. It's that you lose damage, yes, but you don't lose a lot of DPS because you also shorten your rotation. His rotations have cooldown wiggle room. And so getting staggered out of a charge attack and losing the charge attack damage and animation time isn't as big of a DPS loss as it sounds like it should be, because it also means you're starting your next rotation a bit earlier. Anyways, we're not talking about Neuvillette yet, anyways. So incomplete performance for Freeze Skirk. Oh boy. F. It's not F. Because, like, 1 cost Skirk still beats Yoimiya. Like, F is gonna be, like, real bad. Yoimiya's catching a lot of strays today, huh? I think C. What cost would you say a C6 4-star would be? I mean, the cost system is inherently something that doesn't look at constellations on 4 stars. For this, I'm actually going to give 2 ratings for incomplete performance if the character relies on constellations on 4 stars. So let's actually look at Versa now. Versa Overload. If we include the new Maoika combos, I'd have to put her in S, but I don't know if I want to. You might as well play Maoika then. The reality is that the difference in DPS between Melt Maoika and Versa Overload with good Maoika combos is pretty small. Versa Overload with the new Maoika combos is much better than Maoika Melt without Citlali. Comparing a premium team versus a non-premium team. The point I'm making is not this team is better than this one because complete this is better than incomplete this. The point I'm making is complete this and complete this are actually pretty similar in actual DPS. And complete this and complete this require the same amount of 5 stars. So once you've got Maoika, it's basically a question of should I get Citlali or should I get Versa? And I don't think getting Versa is much worse, honestly. Maoika Overload is 110k with C2D and no Yansan. Yeah, but Yansan doesn't improve Maoika Overload. You already have Scroll on your team. Yansan isn't actually better than Bennett there. Niceol, you already get most of your Niceol from Auron plus Maoika. It's not a major gain. Whereas Yansan, he is a fucking big ass gain for the Versa teams. Well, replacing Versa with Yansan is probably better than Versa Bennett Shores. I mean, why would you replace Versa with Yansan instead of replacing Bennett with Yansan? Like, what team are you talking about? A team that does Versa, Maoika, Bennett Shores? Why? Why would you do that? Like, yeah, indeed, Versa shouldn't be there. Neither should Yansan, though. Put some fucking off-field Electro on your team, man. I'm begging you. Like, you can do Versa there. But solo Electro Versa is just not ideal in my opinion. Let's just put it that way. If we take a look at some of these, right? Skip past the whale shit. Based on this, it kind of feels like these two teams are similar, right? But replacing Bennett with the Onsan here is like gonna be like a maybe 3k more DPS. Replacing Auron with the Onsan here is gonna be like 20k more DPS. Versa does 130k. It's around that with the new combos, yeah. I think it's a little bit less. But it's close to that. Flips Calc had it at... What did Flips Calc have it at? I'm too lazy to do one myself. But... I don't know what the fuck bro has been doing. Had it at 124k. He's streaming. I guess it just kind of feels like the Chlorine Maoika team situation. The main difference between the Chlorine team and the Versa team is that the reason why double carry kind of is good with Versa is because Verisa's field time during which she has a high DPS is pretty short. Right? You can only do 4 plunges before your DPS fucking tanks. Right? When you start needing to include charge attacks, her like DPS, her damage per field time completely tanks. And so it makes sense thematically to spend more time on Maoika instead of doing charge attacks on Versa. In a Chlorine team, you should spend more time on Maoika and then spend less time on Chlorine for optimal rotations. Like you're straight up, the only reason why you swap out of Maoika is because your Shavar's Shred expired. If your Shavar's Shred didn't expire, you'd rather stay on Maoika until the burst is over. That's not the case with Versa. That's why in my eyes, it's kind of an inherently different comparison. But like, I do get what you're saying. I don't know. I think I don't want to be too optimistic in my like Maoika combo assumptions for the default DPS of a team. The same way I'm not assuming fucking and 2Q and 3W and 2CD and 3W bullshit on Skirk teams, right? The new combo isn't that hard once you get it, though. But it's not just about it being difficult or not, it's about the fact that, like, it needs to be executed very well to be a noticeable DPS gain. If you do the new combo, like, with the abilities in the right order, but, like, 1 to 3 frames late on each input, it's not actually a major DPS gain. Because there's a lot of inputs. I think the default combos I will use need to be combos that Ziox is able to do. I think that's going to be my threshold for the default combos. I watched him try the combo. I didn't. I actually kind of want to. Do you have a clip? If he logs in, he can do them. You're falling for the propaganda. He says if he logs in, he can do them, but then he logs in and he doesn't do them. Anyways, Versa Overload. I think I'll put overall DPS at A. I think very highly of this team's chill resistance. Versa's always fucking useful in Stygian. And there's also the fact that if you go for Versa Overload, you build a Versa Overload team. If you've got content that is not, like, anti-Versa, you can do the Versa side with Pyro MC and have Mawika with, like, either Vape with fucking Singto or Melt with Rosaria on another team. The ability to deconstruct your Versa Overload team to make two, like, kind of cove but not too bad teams, I think is very nice. Versa feels anti-shill because they've been chilling Electro for FLINS and Inefa, but Versa's been good for all the bosses, right? Like, yeah, not Turtle, because the Turtle's just straight up has really high Electro res and hard counters Versa. But, like, Versa was great against this, although, I mean, you can say that was kind of chilling Night Soul, so it's not amazing, but, like, great against this. Right? It's not just Electro Chill. Versa versus Cryo Automaton. But the Cryo Automaton wasn't just like shilling something. It was literally impossible without Cryo. Right? Like, that's kind of... This was too shill, honestly. Like, this boss was straight up not doable with anything other than Escoffier. Like, you were just fucking cooked as hell. Or maybe, like, a really good Skirk team that doesn't have Escoffier. But, like, that was it. There was nothing else that could clear this shit. Like, yeah, I know there was a 4-star only clear that was, like, fucking triple Cryo with the Onsan or some shit that got this, but, like, you know that was fake as fuck, man. You know that. You're like, a guy with the best artifacts in the world and the best gameplay you've ever seen managed to clear it exactly on the dot 120 seconds. That's not meaningful, in my opinion. Didn't you clear it with Arlecchino? Bro, that was Escoffier pulling the team forward. I don't think Versa will be able to brute force the Lunar Shell in the future. I mean, that's possible. But, like, just in terms of brute forcing in her best teams, she's one of the best characters in the game. And you'll only need to brute force if all 3 of the bosses counter her. Which I don't expect to happen that often. And even then, worst case scenario, okay, you're not using Verissa for this one, but you're still using the Mawika you pulled for to make this team. Right? It's not like you've got 2 benched units. Maybe even 3, like you would with a Skirk team, right? Ugh. Anyways. Fuck up tolerance? I think A. You kind of do get punished for, like, bad rotations, but it's not too bad. Double E incident? Shut up. Can we additional format colors for the letters? Yeah, we could. Conditional formatting. New rule. Cell value. No. Specific text. Oh. Cell value equal to S. Will that work? It does. I don't like this color though. I think that's too... I don't like this. Specific text, no. Cell value equal to A. Give it this. Sure. Cell value equal to B. That's way too fucking bright, man. Gotta be yellower. Something like this. Apply. Sure. Cell value equal to C. A little bit redder, but also this. Yeah. For now, we'll make do with this. This one's kind of weird because it depends on the 4-star cons, but also like, unlike for 5-star characters, it's not just a yes/no, right? Sometimes you have some cons, not all of them. So so I think I want to give a range instead. Because, like, C0 Eonsan, C0 Chevreuse, and, like, Pyro MC, kind of cooked. It's not great. It's not, like, completely terrible, but it's, like, not that much better than one cost Skirk, you know? I think it's C to A. That's a huge range, yeah. Just B. But, like, it's not B. Like, unlike 5-star characters, 4-star characters and their constellations are something that are actually decided by luck. For 5-star characters, you have to make the conscious decision, I will either get this or not. For 4-star characters, how many of them you get is luck. And so depending on how lucky you are, like, I don't want to put it at C, like, just straight up, because there's a lot of people that did get Eonsan and Chevreuse cons on Verissa. Even if they didn't go out of their way to pull for anything else. Especially because they were on her banner. Right? But I can't just put A either, because there's a lot of people that didn't. But I also don't want to put B, because it's never really B. It's like, if you got those cons, it's A, and if you didn't, it's C. Isn't that the point of this column? No. Because again, you don't make the conscious decision of going for a specific 4-stars constellations unless you're an idiot. You make a conscious decision of going for 5-star characters and the 4 stars are a byproduct. Because it's supposed to be C or A instead of C2A. Well, you could have C6 Eonsan and C0 Chevreuse, or C0 C or C2 Eonsan and C6 Chevreuse. So there will be situations where it's B, you know? You can also get an early 5-star. Yeah, but if you get an early 5-star, you stop pulling. Unless you want to get their constellations. Getting more or less lucky on the 5 stars is actually just another way of saying you got less or more 4 stars on the way to the 5 star. Holy cope? In what way is this cope? If you get an early 5-star, you will get less 4 stars on the banner. That's how... It's not even math, it's basic logic works. There's no way getting a bunch of 4 stars or on way more banners is harder than getting 3 very specific 5 stars. But again, it's not about how easy or hard it is. One of those things is random, the other one isn't. How many 5 stars you'll be allowed to go for is random, because it depends on how lucky you get. But which 5 stars you get is not. You make the conscious decision of pulling for a 5-star character's banner. Always. And no matter which ones you choose, it'll take the same amount of primos to get X amount of 5 stars. Whereas with 4-star characters, it is actually random. Which is why you can't really compare them one-to-one. That makes your case worse. 4-star cons are shit to get. I am not trying to argue that it's either better or worse to be reliant on 4-star constellations right now. I don't know why you're pretending like that's the argument I'm making. I am explaining that this talks by default about the 5 stars because that's always a conscious decision, and when there's RNG involved because of the 4 stars, I make it a range instead. That's it. That's all I fucking said. Like, I'm not making a case better or worse because I'm not making a fucking case at all. God. Not everything is a goddamn Twitter argument, man. Sometimes people are just talking. Alright, this is kind of pissing me off. We do need to set up a gradient. You're right. Can I even do that? This way? Oh. Fill effects. 2 colors. Color 1. This. Color 2. This. Vertical. Okay. Bet. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Sick color coding, man. Alright, graphic design is my passion, so true. Alright, FLINS. Lunar Charge. Overall DPS, A. Chill resistance. So, FLINS' chill resistance won't really matter until we're out of Nodcry, right? Like, that's the thing. Because Nodcry will chill lunar bosses. So we're not going to be feeling his the impact of his chill resistance for a while. But once we get out of Nodcry, how cooked would he be? I don't think it's as bad as some of you are making it out to be. Because FLINS himself, yeah, will be kind of cooked. But an important part of a FLINS team right now is Inefa, and Inefa, even on content that counters FLINS, will often be useful. He is so horrible against his non-chill boss right now. I mean, yeah. But Inefa is very usable on all three of these bosses. Like, again, this is not FLINS as a character. This is the FLINS Lunar Charge team. The FLINS Lunar Charge team is 2 5-star characters. As a whole, it performs here. And when it comes to chill resistance, like the team itself won't be able to brute force content that chills something else all that easily. But one of those 2 5-stars is versatile enough that they will most definitely have a use in one of your teams. So it won't feel like a complete waste to have gone for the FLINS Lunar Charge team. I think I'll put it at B. What type of team would be F and chill resistance? That's a good question. I think you also need to realize that, like, something in F, like, it's really fucking awful. Right? Most characters that are meta to some extent just inherently won't be in F. If a team is so bad that it would be an F, I'm probably just not going to be including it in the list. So then change your reference for F? No, because I don't think that the worst thing that I could sometimes recommend should be in F. Things that are in F are things I would not recommend. I'm also not going to bother including things I wouldn't recommend. Unless they're very popular. But the very popular things just aren't that bad. Anyways. Fuck up tolerance. For FLINS Lunar Charge? Is it S? Probably, yeah. You lose big DPS if you somehow fuck up burst? I mean, sure, but like... You also lose big DPS on Skirk if you hold E instead of tapping E. But that's because you fucking don't know what you're doing it like at all. Not because it's easy to fuck things up. You know? This is not about how like a random person that has never played Genshin Impact that you're lending your account to will be able to play the team. This is how someone who's not too good at the game, but at least has a very basic default understanding of what order of, like, you should be using your things in, how they'll be able to execute the team. You can lose Sucro's buff uptime. You can, but that's not a big DPS loss. Losing VV is kind of hard. Like, you kind of have to be griefing to lose VV. Losing the EM buff can happen, but it's not that big of a deal. I don't think a FLINS player is any more or less likely to mess up versus a Versa player. I think that's just not true. The reason why FLINS has such a high fuck-up tolerance is because in terms of required actions, you have like 10 seconds of things you need to do on a 16-second rotation. So you have 6 seconds of allowed fucking, I don't know, tea break during your rotations. As much as Versa is a fairly easy character to play, if you're delayed for some reason, it actually extends your rotation. Getting hit, misclicking, like, these things can happen. And with Versa, she is still doing DPS at the end of her rotation, so losing 1 second means that one of your plunges is gonna lose the Eonsan buff, for example. And it's actually significant. Anyways. Incomplete performance. So for FLINS, it would basically be like, bro doesn't have Inefa. I think the biggest issue is that if you don't have Inefa, FLINS' options that don't suck ass leave him with no healing or shielding on the team. If you're using Kuki, it'll be C. And I think most people just end up using Kuki. Definitely D. It's not D. Isn't Sarah 90k? No, like, yeah. Sarah's kind of half fake. It's man, I don't know. Sarah rotations, using Sarah's skill to set up Electro for your Sucrose swirl, then swapping back to Sarah and doing a charge attack because your burst is on cooldown. Oh, you got staggered? Well, you lost your whole ass Sarah buff. Haha! Sucks to be you. Yeah. It's not ideal. And then on top of all of that, you're now playing a team that doesn't have any form of defensive utility, which is gonna be rough. Sarah turns fuck up tolerance from S into D. Oh no, I'd say it's even worse than that. Like that would probably be an F in fuck up tolerance. It's bad. Is Lanyon not a good alternative? It works. But it'll be hard to make it work with Sarah. Sarah in general just is really hard to make work with FLINS. I'd say if you want to play Sarah, unless you like really hate yourself, you should probably just use Shilonen. Because having to deal with VV setups with Sarah is just fucking painful. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello, chat. Cards. Is Sayudo viable? No. I don't even need to read the rest of your message. No. Don't play Sayu. Okay. Who's next? Maybe we can talk about Navidad. The thing about Navidad is I'm not sure how I'd want to talk about him. What is bro doing, man? Is he still online? No. That's crazy. I'm so glad you clarified Flynn's lunar charge. Thought we were ranking Flynn's aggravate for a second. You're welcome. I specified Flynn's lunar charge so that people wouldn't be confused into thinking I'm ranking Flynn's as a character instead of Flynn's team as a whole. Nivilet and friends. Overall DPS A. Chill resistance A. Fuck up tolerance A. Incomplete performance. Oh boy. Honestly though, it's not even that bad, actually. Yeah, he has a lot of friends. But it's also just like, you look at the one cost Navidad teams, and like, they're not good. But they're not that terrible either. Maybe I'm coping a little. Would I rather play FLINS with Cookie or one cost Navidad? That's a difficult question, man. I think I'd rather play FLINS with Cookie. Alright, need to add a letter. Okay, that is way too red. I'm still stuck in the past, where with Abyss DPS requirements, all of Navidad's quality of life made it so that one cost Navidad was actually one of the better one cost teams. But now that AoE doesn't matter anymore, it's not. Why is it chill at A and not S? He's probably the most flexible meta unit in the game in terms of teams. Because while he is, like, you can look at it that way, but the reality is that the core of what makes a Neuvillette team is incredibly flexible. But you're not pulling for units for that. You're just mix and matching with what you already have. And what really defines a Neuvillette team is the fact that Neuvillette is there. And it feels like it'll happen pretty often where Neuvillette just will not be used. You'll be using the rest of his teams, but it's not like you pulled for the rest of his team for him. Except Farina. Like, you probably did pull Farina for him, but you didn't pull Llama for him. You pulled Llama because you wanted to have Llama. And you just ended up using her there. Same for Inefa. Skirk 1 cost is not C. No, it is. Don't trust GC Sim for 1 cost Skirk stuff because there's like three 1 cost Skirk teams in the database and they are not the best 1 cost Skirk teams. What is the best Skirk 1 cost team? I'm not sure actually. It definitely has Dahlia. I know that much. But that's kind of the extent of what I'm certain about. No Sitali, no Yilon. Yeah. I think Dahlia's not in the sim yet. Which kind of cooks your ass so hard. When it comes to horse-only teams. Using Delilah. Oh boy. You have a Shia with a ton of Skirk teams? Yeah, but the combos are old. They're outdated. Would Mona be considered 0 cost? Honestly, yeah. At this point, I would say yeah. I don't think standard characters can really count as a 0.5 cost anymore. Now that we have a selector guaranteed every year. Maybe you'd use Mona instead of Dahlia. I don't know. I feel like Issue's too big of a deal, though. Whatever. Even C1 might be 0 cost. That's reasonable, but it doesn't matter for Skirk. Mona plus Dahlia. I don't know if you have enough Hydro up to generate the Void Rifts you need with that team. Because Mona's app kind of sucks ass. Unless you get a third Hydro, but then you're kind of... Ugh. Yeah. Then you're kind of losing out on Cryo. Oh well. Arlecchino. Yeah, we can do Arlecchino. I don't know if she makes A. Like, she is below these, but the question is, what is gonna be the threshold for A? Is it gonna be above or below Arlecchino? 110? That's not good for FLINS. If 110 is a threshold, FLINS might go down. Arlecchino's below 100k? Yesn't. She's got some teams above, but they tend to be a bit optimistic in their assumptions. But that's for sheet DPS, and Arlecchino's got a bunch of like practical things that can allow her to slightly overperform based on enemy mechanics. I think she can be the lower bound for A. I'm okay with that, actually. But yeah, which Arlecchino team should this be about? Melt? Arlecchino and friends. I don't think it works the same way Navidad works, though. Because the core of a Navidad and friends team is always Navidad Farina. Whereas the core of an Arlecchino team depends a lot based on what team you're doing. To be honest, Bennett is probably doing more for Arlecchino than Farina is doing for Navidad's best team. Okay, one, no he's not. But even if that were true, Farina's the 5-star that you have to make the conscious decision to get. So, Farina Reliance warps your team building, or sorry, it warps your pull decisions much more. And that's like the intent of doing this, right? It's to help people decide which teams they should go for. Even if that were true, okay, Shakespeare using correct English. I like that you misspelled Shakespeare. That's like a commitment to the bit that I don't think I can replicate. 1.04 star versus 4.x5 star equivalent in acquisition rate. The thing about that is, like, that's cool and all for old players. But if you assume that because a character is owned by 90% of players, you should just assume that people have it, you're warping your thoughts in a way that is going to mislead new players that weren't playing when those old characters were released into thinking they need to get them. And a lot of the times, they don't. So I want to be careful, like, about something like that. Like, yeah, most people just straight up have Farina. But should that mean that when I talk about Skirk or when I talk about Neuvillette, I should be talking about their powers assuming people have Farina? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know which Arlecchino team I want to do. I guess we start with Arlecchino Meld. Reliance on generically good support is less bad than reliance on Inefa. Is it, though? Like, what you're saying is basically being reliant on Farina isn't as bad as being reliant on Inefa, because Farina's a character that's more versatile, so more people will want to get her. And I get that idea, but also, it doesn't matter to a FLINS player how versatile Inefa is. It matters that she's good in a FLINS team. To some extent, it also matters that when content counters FLINS, she won't feel like a wasted pull because of her certain amount of versatility. But, like, the fact that Inefa isn't a character that's, like, a very good generalist isn't really much of a downside for a FLINS player. I don't know. Anyways, how is Arlecchino's shield resistance? Like Arlecchino Melt. If you go for an Arlecchino Melt team and the content counters it, you're not happy. You're not very happy, no. Okay. That'll be a B. Because this is impacted by overall DPS, but the fact that Arlecchino's just outright numbers are weaker than these, pretty much most, if not all, of these characters, means that when she gets countered, splitting up this team and trying to brute force something else with Arlecchino won't feel great. Fuck up tolerance for Arlecchino Melt? I'm gonna put B. I think there's a lot of people in chat saying C. It's not C. Because as much as it can be easy to fuck it up, the reality is that you lose less if you fuck it up than you do on a Mawika team. You lose so much less. Because Arlecchino reacts a much smaller portion of her damage. And her off-field doesn't apply Pyro at nearly the same speed as Mawika's off-field, so it's a lot easier to at least not fuck up the start of your rotation. Shouldn't Mawika melt tolerance be C? No, because if you do fuck up with Mawika because she's better than Arlecchino, she loses more, but she had more to begin with, so it's similar. Basically. That could be way lower if you can't dodge and keep using bursts. I mean, that's fair. I guess. I don't know. By that logic, FLINS should be A. Why is FLINS fuck up higher than his overall DPS? Because it's impossible to fuck things up on FLINS, basically. It's impossible to fuck things up in a way that, like, significantly nerfs you on Skirk. But it's not impossible to fuck things up. And if you do fuck things up, you don't lose that much, but you do lose a bit. With FLINS, you just pretty much can't fuck it up. So you're, like, basically always getting really close to his cheat DPS. It's pretty possible to only do one mini burst on FLINS. I mean, that's not because you fucked up on your gameplay. That's because you didn't give him enough ER. But, like, that is a problem that gets fixed by giving him more ER, not by playing better. But any character that doesn't have enough ER is gonna have problems. If it's a problem I can fix for you by logging into your account while you're sleeping and changing your build around, then it's not a problem that'll be counted towards fuck-up tolerance. Like, yeah, if you don't put Fab on Farina, these Kirk teams feel a lot worse. Put the fucking Fab in the bag, buddy. Anyways. Incomplete performance for Arlecchino Melt. Rosaria? I mean, it's either the Rosaria or Kea, I guess. Probably B. It's alright, honestly. Like, it's not gonna be on the same level as, like, just Moika Melt or like Moika Melt with Rosario Archaea or Verissa with Pyro MC, assuming you have these Ixions on and Showers, right? But it'll be better than Verissa with Pyro MC if you don't have those things, or FLINS without Inefa, or one cost Kirk. Yeah. Maybe we can make the fuck up tolerance here on our, like, you know, C instead, just because of the Bond of Life bullshit. Is PMC better than Channeling and Versa teams, and why? They're very similar. Channeling deals more damage, BMC has shorter rotations. Yeah, I guess we can have Milani. Vape. This is our first B overall DPS. I guess, yeah. Does she break 100k? Not unless you're starting to assume some omega fucking fake bullshit with pyro-infused sucrose burst and stuff like that. But also, KQM standard isn't great for Milani. If you're looking at, like, top 1% builds for both, Milani is probably slightly above Arlecchino. So maybe we can put her in A. KQM standard is great for Sack Jade Milani, to be fair. I guess that's true. I never thought about that. It is really good for Sack Jade Milani, huh? Need to clear this. Yeah. When the GC sim is so fake, they have a danger sign in the description. Swap ICD set to be 24 frames to simulate booking in the game. Like, oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Sharing C4 ruins this rotation. Petra Sharing, like, I swear, the GC set Milani stuff is the funniest shit you've ever seen. It's still 120k? Yeah, I mean, the fake Skirk rotation is like 152k or some shit. I compared a KQM standard Milani team on Sim, which is 85k, gave it my top 1% Milani, and it went to 110k plus. I think you're under the impression that what that means is that when you're not at KQM standard, Milani gains 25k free DPS. I think you're forgetting that other characters' top 1% build also increase their damage. But anyways, yeah, like this team is like Milani's killed twice per rotation. 1-2 skill, like 1-2 chomp rotation, and 1 chomp 1 burst rotation. Milani burst travel time at 0, so we can make sure that it gets VV buffed and EM buffed and all that. Booking, talent, all talents are triple crowned. This is not real, right? Like, oh, is this not KQM standard artifacts either? Oh, that looks KQM standard, I think. Just for the artifacts, though. But yeah, it's R5 Sack Jade, everything Triple Crown, like, yeah. This is not to say that this sim is not useful or doing what it's supposed to do. This is to say that you can't compare this sim to other characters. Or even to her other sims. This is fake. Anyways. And I don't know. It's like I'm hesitating between B and A for overall DPS. B to A? Should we make a gradient? I don't know. The gradient makes sense here because it depends on the 4-star constellations. How do you justify it here? What factor that isn't accounted for in one of these categories will change her performance from B to A? Resetting? I guess resetting for Witsith RNG does, yeah. She clears Dire at C0? I mean... most characters can clear Dire at C0 for bosses that chill them. Yeah, so does FLINS. Yeah. Skirk can't? That's not true. C001 Skirk definitely cleared her shill bosses. C0 Molani cleared Lava Dragon. Bro, you can sneeze on Dire Lava Dragon and kill it, okay? Like, 11 million HP, which I think is the lowest amount. I guess it's a little bit more than this. But it fucking damages itself for like 3 million. No, more than that. For like 5 million. Like yeah. I think the perception of Molani's performance in Dire is warped by the fact that we have had a Molani shill boss on each of them. Like, you may not realize it, but this is kind of Molani shill. Like, Molani's not getting directly shilled, but no team is actually getting directly shilled by this. It's just burning that gets shilled. And any carry that uses burning to enable their stuff is effectively a shield carry against Lava Dragon. Then this is clearly a Molani shill boss. And this is honestly a Molani shill boss too. Maybe Molani is just generally good and doesn't need shilling to succeed. I mean, I get why you'd say that, but like, look inside yourself. Do you truly believe this? She won't beat Fatuya on difficulty 5. I think that's fine though. Cause there's like 3 levels of things, right? There's like, you're getting shilled, there's something else is getting shilled, and there's you're getting countered. And this shit counters Molani. So, Molani not being able to get past this is okay, in my eyes. This would fall under the second category, where like something else is getting shilled, but Molani isn't getting countered. I mean, both of these kind of fucking cook Molani. Unless you do like Molani support, but different. And then this, I think this is in the middle. It doesn't counter Molani, but it's not great for her either. Same for this. And then yeah. About that. Yeah. Karen cleared Dire C0 with a 3-star weapon. Yeah, and there's a guy that cleared Dire in 10 seconds with Yoimiya. Okay, Karen gameplay is as realistic as hacking, as far as I'm concerned. All right, that guy that like, I don't know what they did. They like removed the frame cap and then macroed or some shit, and that gives Yoimiya a like 10-second clear. with her weird bullshit from charge attacks or whatever. I think doing that is easier than playing as well as Karen. Okay, so like... Anyways. I do think Molani has very high shield resistance, though. I think Molani goes in S for the shield resistance. Okay. Why? Because the units you want in a Molani team for 5 stars are like Molani that's like necessary, obviously. And then you kind of want Mawika and Shilonen, but neither of them are like all that necessary. But if you do go for them, those two characters can be very easily used in like when content counters Molani. But even Molani can be used when content counters Molani, because as it turns out, TTDS Cinder City, good front-loaded particle generation, is honestly just good enough. Nowadays, I use Molani as a support more than I use her as a carry. In Vape, obviously this isn't Vape Molani anymore, but this shield resistance is about, I'm reiterating, but it is what it is. If you go for the units for this team, are you going to end up regretting it when content is countering them? If each of the units in this team is usable in another team that's easy to construct, then you won't end up regretting having gone for them, because you'll still be using the unit, right? And they'll still be doing something for you. I assume Shill was just brute force. Well, brute force plays a role, right? If the team is so strong that it can just brute force shit that counters it, it's still somewhat shield resistant. But not to the same extent, which is why I have Skirk at A instead of S. Anyways, fuck up tolerance. Okay. The question is, do we need to make an F, or is D already enough? I think, honestly, D is okay. If you suck at the game, you won't be playing the Molani teams where the fuck-up tolerance is worse. Like, if you know you suck, don't play Seatlali. Don't play VV. Don't play, like, Shangling with the high ER requirements. Don't play Pyro MC. Put the Shilonen in the bag, put the Mawika in the bag, put the fucking, I don't know what else. Have fun. Albedo, why not? In the bag? And it's basically impossible to fuck up. Amy Lee, sure. Right? Loma, true. There's still ways things can go wrong, but if you know you're bad, you can alleviate things to some extent. Now, it does make the teams worse when you force yourself to alleviate things that way. But at the very least, it's something that you can do. I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, so I don't think she's an F. Like, that being said, there's still a lot of things that can go wrong. So she's still the lowest one so far. But I don't think we need to make our first F tier. And then incomplete performance. First S here. It's not though. Like, that's the thing. You guys need to realize that power creep is a thing. Alright? And Molani is just a weaker character than the actual strongest ones. A 1-cost Molani team is not on the same... It's not better than a 1-cost Mawika team. I think putting it at B is okay. Then maybe we need to add a column for, like, the way the team scales with constellations. Because, like, that's the main thing that Molani has going for it. And if you just base your thoughts on this, you'll think Molani's, like, complete dog shit, basically. Which I don't think fully conveys Molani's power. Alicia says incomplete based on the difference in a 3 to 4 cost team to a 1 cost team, not to Mawika. I think that's a bad idea. Because then a complete dogshit character whose best team is a 1 cost team will be S and incomplete. That's not actually helpful at all. That's fine? No, it's not. The point of this is to be helpful to people, not to fucking stroke people's ego if they main a bad character. If you want someone to tell you, you're allowed to play bad characters, have fun with them, ask your friends, man. Like, why are you here? The point of this column is for someone to know, okay, I'm very new to the game. I don't have any of these full teams yet. What sort of results can I expect if I just go for the first character in this team? If I just go for Mawika, if I just go for Skirk, if I just go for Varessa, if I just go for FLINS. And I don't have any of the other pieces to make the team work. That's what the purpose of this is. I don't think there's any realistic purpose to quantifying how like reliant on another character a carry is without the context of how good they are as a whole. Like, I don't know. I think most people watching are interpreting incomplete performance as their performance relative to their best in slot team, not as their overall performance. I don't think that's true. I think I'm just getting one guide. I could fucking type an essay at the top of this category, if you want. Yeah, maybe we can change it to like one cost overall DPS. Sure. There you go. Happy now? But like, that's not really true either, because like, what about 4-star carry teams? Like, I wouldn't be talking about them like for one cost. Those would be 0 cost for this. And whatever, we'll get around to that later. Who cares? I'm gonna sneeze. Are you gonna look at the other, like, you know, archetypes as well? That's the points of Zajef relative to their own overall DPS should be that column. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about how much you want to stroke your ego about how much of your dog shit character's potential you can get without having to go for other 4-stars. What is actually helpful for people that don't have a lot of carries yet isn't, oh, I can get all of Illa's performance in a fucking Dendro MC kooky Sing Toe team. They don't give a fuck. That's not helpful to them. It's, can I actually fucking deal DPS with only a 1 character for this? That's what's actually helpful to them. That's conveyed in the overall DPS? No, it's not. Because the overall DPS doesn't take into account how many 5-stars you need for this team to work. Like, you're just straight up fucking rage baiting right now. Fuck. You have context from the first column for that? Okay, but again, I don't give a fuck about stroking your ego if an F tier character can get all of their potential without other 5-stars. S 1 cost team. No! S implies good! I don't want that implication for a character who's dog shit. That is actively harmful. I could add that column, but I don't think it's useful. Anyways, let's do the other Arlecchino teams. So Arlecchino, Overload. I know there's sims of Arlecchino Overload at 100k, but I think they're kind of a little fake, honestly. It's official A4 abuse. It kind of is, yeah. Chill resistance, I think, is the same as Arlecchino Melt, basically. Fuck up tolerance is a lot better for Overload teams. I think it goes in B. Maybe it goes in A. It's hard for me to quantify, like, not getting hit as a difficulty. I think it's brain dead enough to be A. How do you even mess up Arlecchino Overload? Arlecchino as a whole can't heal. So if you get hit too much, you just die. And she's pretty much the only character in the game that can't heal, so there's a certain element of a new dimension to fuck things up that happens. But I don't know. One cost overall DPS. Bennett kind of saves her ass here, but Fischl kind of fucks her up. I feel like more people have Fischl C6, though. Right? But I guess for new players, that's not really the case. I think we'll just do C to A. No. C to B. Is it even C with, like, C0 Bennett? I think we can assume C1 Bennett. No problem, because Bennett is in the shop. But, like, C1 Bennett, C0 Chevreuse, C0 Fischl. Kind of curious how much it loses. These sims are a little fake, but we can see the percentage difference, right? We're at 104K with this. If we do C0 Chevreuse, wait. Okay. C0 Chevreuse, C1 Bennett, C0 Fischl. We're probably gonna have energy problems. Yeah. Let's give Fischl a bunch of energy. We're just gonna add ER. Pretend like it doesn't cost anything for now. Yeah. Okay, that's a pretty big gap. And these are kind of slightly fake rotations too. We lost 35. We lost like a third of our team DPS basically. That's Skirk level. The best one cause Skirk teams are not in the sim because Dahlia is not implemented, and these assumptions are a little very optimistic. So I think it's like worse. I think it's closer to like one cause Nebulat level. The way one cost melt is B and one cost overload is D. I mean, it's not that it's D. It's that if you don't have any of the 4-star cons, it's D. The reason why there's no range for melt is because the 4-star cons don't matter for this one. They matter a fuck ton here, though. Rosaria cons matter? They don't actually matter that much. Anyways, we need to add a gradient. This should apply to the whole sheet, though. New rule. Cell value equal to D to B. Format. Fill effect. 2 colors. Vertical. Color 1. D. Color 2. B. Okay, 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 apply, okay. There we go. Overvape next. Sure. the same thing. Kinda, yeah. I guess your Hydro app. Well, if you go Xingqiu, you just end Tussie instead, right? So it's not a problem. You don't really extend your rotation. We still got some potential constellation dependence, but I think the lower bound for Overvape is not as bad. I think it's T to B. Yeah. Can each? Sure. Overall DPS, B. Chill resistance. I don't think it goes in D. Because like the characters you'd use here are like potentially Emily and Mawika. Mainly. This Llama to some extent, but you don't really pull Llama 4 in each. Mawika is very usable everywhere else. Emily's got some uses in other teams as well. He's been Grace for Bastard and Onslaughts. Yeah, because they've shilled Night Soul like crazy. And they've shilled Burning specifically. It's not because he's shield resistant, it's because what was shilled was him. You know? Fuck up tolerance? Okay. Unironically, I think that if you suck at Kinich, he does like this amount of DPS. If you're decent at Kinich, he does less. And then if you're good at Kinich, he does more. Because like, when you start trying to do short hold E's, it's so easy for them to just fucking miss. Because the AoE is so bad. And then on top of that, sometimes you won't get all of your E's because something went wrong. I straight up think that for most people, you just should not bother trying to short hold E. You should just fucking spam your keyboard. You can get 5 E's without short holds on your burst, and you'll only get 4 on every other rotation. It's not that much of a DPS loss, honestly. But I think as long as you just don't try to short hold E, His fuck-up tolerance isn't that bad. I'd put it at B. It's F versus the Drake. Yeah, versus the Drake, you're just cooked. That's true. Drake hitbox for Kadich is so bad, man. Alright, 1 cost overall DPS. What would be his default 1 cost team? Benetti on Son. RMC? Maybe? At this point? Or Toma, yeah, you can go defensive. I think it's completely fine if you have Yonsan cons, but if you don't, it's kind of dog shit. I think it's C to B. We can do Nefer, honestly. Fuck it. I don't know yet. I need to do testing to be sure if she would fall under A or S. Same as FLINS, though. We know it's better than FLINS. I think it'll be an A. Because I don't expect it to beat actual optimized Versa Overload. But maybe the combos are even better than I think they are. Alright, shill resistance. Here's the problem, right? If you can't play Nefer, Llama is a unit you can use in so many teams. But the content that counters Nefer would probably counter Llama teams as well. So then it becomes kind of similar to Skirk, where the shill resistance would be a result of the team being able to brute force stuff. How much can this team brute force stuff? It's probably pretty solid, actually. I think it'll be in B. Because, like, compared to FLINS, right? Inefa is a character that can be used when Lunar Charged is countered in a decent amount of teams, even teams that counter Lunar Charge. I don't think that's as easy for Loma to do. I think it's harder for Loma to do that. But Nefer can brute force more things because she does more damage. I think that's enough to make them pretty similar overall in terms of shield resistance. Nefer can also slot in any character 4th slot for elemental checks. That's a reasonable take, actually. Maybe that should change things here. I don't think so, honestly. Could she slot in something like Lila to help with Cryo Automaton? Lila by herself isn't actually enough for Stygian Onslaught Automaton. She's enough for Abyss Automaton because it's the bar fills up slower in Abyss. Or the damage you deal to the bar is bigger in Abyss. It actually fills up at the same speed, but whatever. I think she's B right now, but I kind of expect her to make it to A when Columbina comes out. Fuck up tolerance? I think it'll be A. I think she'll be a bit more reliant on doing good cancels than Skirk will be. And that Skirk is. But it won't be too difficult to do. And it seems like a lot of the stuff is bufferable, so it shouldn't be too hard. Okay, and then 1 cost overall team DPS. D? It's not D. I think it's just C. It's pretty close to the FLINS. Nilo, so you can put an F in 1 cost. So true. Overall DPS for Nilo Bloom. I think we can justify a range here. Right? Because the DPS is very different based on whether you're in single target or AoE. Is it that different, really? Yeah, it is. I thought she still got 100k DPS in single target. It's like... DPS is a tiny bit optimistic. I'd say that generally it's a little bit below that. You seen the 1 frame Farina burst tech? Is this even real? What? Who? Huh. What do you input first, the swap or the burst? Like, do you Farina burst into alt 2, or do you alt 2 into Farina burst? It's probably swap first, right? Or a macro. I don't have a way to do macros because I'm stupid. So
One fell swoop.
didn't work. Isn't it ping dependent? It might be.
You wanna stand down?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might not be doable on low ping. Straight up. I'm gonna ask them. Do you alt swap before Farina burst input or after? Because I think it's before, and it's the ping delay that's making this happen. What was their ping? I think it's 40. 36, yeah. Which is longer than a frame, right? Because 60 FPS is 33. No. It's longer than 2 frames. I don't know, man. I'm not sure what the inputs are, so it's rough. Just so they clearly Farina was on. Yeah, it's like they're inputting Farina burst and an alt swap to Inefa basically at the same time, right? Maybe you have to be on swap cooldown. But like, wait, if I'm on this, alt disables using burst, which is what's making things a little weird.
The insolent shall be punished. Where are you? One fell swoop.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it is actually just a ping thing. Or maybe it's just frame perfect. I don't know. I'm gonna go try on a different character on high ping to see if we can like get a similar effect. I don't have Farina on my that one account, but we can try someone else. I won't spend too much time on this, though. Oh my god. It's been so long since I logged into this account that I don't even have any pre-made, like, pre-done floors. Okay, so...
Make yourselves at home.
Oh.
The Temple of Wisdom.
It could also just straight up be an Inefa only thing.
Make yourselves at home.
Why? I think Inefa iframes don't start on the first frame of her burst. Maybe it would work with Raiden then. Or maybe it has to be 2? I don't know.
Now you shall perish.
I don't know. Maybe hit lag affects it? Maybe. Oh. Gambling currency. I'll try with 2 characters I know don't start out frames instantly. Or with a character I know doesn't start out frames instantly on main. And if I can't reproduce it, then I'll just give up. Replied, yeah, I saw that. They input the swap after. That's really interesting. Let me check a couple things then.
Let the world collide.
I think it's got anything to do with the N2.
The insolent shall be punished. Let my name echo in song. The insolent shall be let the world collide.
I don't know.
Time to shine.
I don't know. It's just a matter until retry until getting the inputs exactly 1 frame apart. Man. But I also don't even know if it's doable at this ping. Maybe you need to be above 33 ping for it to work. Video isn't controller though. Oh.
Ow!
Is it possible to rebind, swap, burst to something? Or do you need to have it be the same key as what allows you to move your mouse? Because this key disables the burst button. I can't, like, I'm spamming Q right now. Maybe I can rebind the alt key? I don't know, we'll take a look. So... yeah, so switch a party member is left alt plus switch character. Show cursor, you can't rebind either of these. I'm actually curious, on controller, do you even have a show cursor thing? No? So, does the, like, switch to party member and use burst thing? Does it just... does it involve buttons that don't disable your burst? Or do you just straight up not have this? That doesn't exist at all. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to use it then.
Inazuma shines eternal. Torn to oblivion. Let my name echo in song.
I don't know.
Let the world collide.
Replied yet, I saw. I replicated it again, but it took me like 60 plus attempts. Oh boy. Okay, never mind then. Fuck this shit. Is the FLINS post-release over, Klugi? Surely I didn't just forget to do it today, huh? Right? Okay, how shill resistance is the Nilo team? Okay, straight up, it's not that bad, because like... no, it's pretty bad. I think it goes C. Fuck up tolerance? Probably A. One cost overall DPS. Anyway, it's C. Right? I need to have an F even if I don't have an actual F yet. We'll just make it this fucking deep red. And then Is there any one cost Nilo team that is better than Nivid at one cost? For her to be F to C rather than F to D? I mean, yeah. Nilo in AoE will be slightly better than Nivid at one cost when it's Nilo content. Chow for Nick. Okay, I'm down. Chow. Gary. Overall team DPS. I don't think it's enough for C, honestly. Chill resistance. Pretty cooked, yeah. Fuck up tolerance. A or B? No. You guys need to understand that this column is also about the actual performance when you fuck up. You can't really fuck things up with Shao, but like... So FLINS gets better when you fuck up? Comparatively, yes. The threshold for the best thing is decided by how good the best thing is. And if the best thing gets worse when you fuck up and FLINS doesn't, then FLINS does comparatively get better when you fuck up. Could make an argument for Maoika being S because of that, then. Which I think is reasonable, right here. Right? Because, like, Maoika probably is the best one-cost stuff. Maoika and Veressa as well. Like, that's reasonable. We could bump things up a little bit here. Veressa bias? I mean, not really. One Cause Veressa performs pretty similarly to One Cause Maoika. When you have the like the C6 4 stars. And when you don't, well, that's why it's a gradient. C6 4 stars is basically not a one cost then. I don't want to have this discussion again. Go be an annoying fucking little shit somewhere else. This one cause shit is so misleading. Why? What the fuck do you think the C here means? You goddamn fucking idiot! It's not misleading! You're just being a fucking annoying little shit! Ah! Ah! I'm getting rage baited successfully, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. It was a valid question. It wasn't a valid question. It was a criticism. There was no question mark or indicator of question. It said, this is a bad way to do this because it's misleading. Don't say it was a valid question. You can say it was a valid criticism. You're wrong. But you can say it was a valid criticism. Not that it was a valid question. It wasn't a question. It's also not misleading. Misleading would be to assume that you always have C6 4 stars and just say S. Yeah, that's misleading. Misleading would also be assuming you only have C0 4 star and just saying C. Yeah, that's also misleading. This is not. Yeah, also, I don't like the way this gradient is, like, working. Can I not make a different middle color? Oh, that's a little cooked. Damn. Well, it is what it is, I guess. How can a worse team be better? Because again, this is not... There is no point to comparing a 1-cost team to a 4-cost team when you're actively limiting a limiting it to 1-cost team. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, I'm busy. I'm talking about something else. Shut up. I'm sorry, but I didn't even register the words you said in your question right now. Bad time. What would be the point of having all the 1-cost teams at B or below? Like, what the fuck would be the point to that? Wow, you have now reduced your range of results, which inherently makes it harder to convey information. There is no point. You can just add lower tiers. but like, no. Because this helps the most for teams that like, for differentiating between teams that have like really good teams but only 4 cost, and teams where like it kind of, I don't know, man. It's yeah, it's actually hard because I know that half of these messages are people just rage baiting for fun. But there's also the other half that are people that are having genuine questions or disagreements. But like, I don't think you guys understand that when there are people that have reasonable questions, is not the time to be rage baiting. You're not funny. You're making it difficult for chatters to ask their questions and me to stay focused. Shouldn't Mawika be A to S? You know what? You're right. One calls Mawika with C0 Eons on lol W. Anyways, fuck up tolerance for Shao. Is Shao carry, assuming you quote unquote fuck up, which is gonna be like, I don't know, maybe 3-second longer rotations, worse than unvaped Molani where you vape like off field Mawika? Honestly? It's not much better. This isn't F, this is also D. Xiao isn't actually that reliant on his 5-star supports. Well, okay. I guess I should do F to D, because fairs on cons. But like, there isn't really that much of a difference in his premium team than his best four-star only team. What do you mean his fuck up tolerance is bad? Yeah, maybe we need to change the name of this. Like, sure, you don't lose too much if you fuck up on Chow, but like, you're still not fucking killing the enemies. Yeah, maybe we just call it fuck up DPS as well, but I don't know. Do Chlorine now. Fine. So, when we looked at Verissa, we did not assume the, like, dual carry Mawika good combos to be executed to the point where we get a DPS similar to Skirk. And we put her in A. So I think if we do the same thing with Chlorine, she'll be in B. Like, you can make an argument for Chlorine in A, but I feel like if you make that argument, you kind of have to make an argument for Verissa in S as well. And I'm pretty comfortable with Verissa as, like, the ceiling of A. Chill resistance. It's actually pretty decent for her, honestly. Isn't Nefer the ceiling, though? No. Nefer doesn't beat those, like, Verissa teams with good combos on Mawika. I don't know, though. Because the thing with Client is, like, when content is bad for Mawika, it's not the end of the world for a Verissa team, but it tends to be a bigger deal for Client teams. If it's still good for Electros, she'll be able to get through. But if it's not great for Electro and not great for Mawika, she's kind of cooked. You'll still be able to use Mawika support somewhere else, like, it's not bad. I think it's actually closer to FLINS, right? Where you can treat Mawika the same way you treat Inefa for FLINS shield resistance. That's reasonable. Fuck up tolerance. I think it's a bit worse than... I think it's just B, honestly. It's okay. Like, yeah. And then 1 cost overall DPS. The ceiling will be B. But what's the bottom? I actually have no idea. Yeah, like, what the fuck even is her 1 cost team? Like, what do you even do? Let's just, well, let's just go through these and remove the 5 stars that are, like, sometimes in her teams. At least let's try. And let's take a look at C0 and everything. We can do C1, Bennett. Also, energy's gonna be cooked, but I'm too lazy to fix it. So I'm just gonna add Infinity R to everyone. Let's give Traverse a C4 so that our attempts at doing a triple E doesn't make us wait 30 seconds for the E cooldown. I think that's a good idea. Okay. 62k. That's not that bad. And this. C2. C4. Whatever. C0. Fuck it. We'll have the C2 official just because it's kind of annoying otherwise. Yeah, this one's a little bit better. It's not too horrible, honestly. Okay. I think that's C to B. Eshu carrying the fuck out of that sim? I'm aware, yeah. I'm very well aware. FLINS was C. Chlorine shouldn't be C to B. Why not? FLINS Cookie is like 70k. Chlorine's teams without 4-star cons are like 65-ish. And with 4-star cons are decent amount above. I think C to B is very reasonable. Isn't Arlecchino in D range for C01 cost for 70k DPS? It's 70k DPS in the sim, it's not 70k DPS in practice. Those sims for Overload Arlecchino are very not real. can do Navia. Overall DPS. Let's see. He sims at 90? Yeah. But like, all these characters in the right scenarios sim noticeably above that. Maybe we should give Kenichi range. I don't know. Chill resistance for Navia? I don't know, man. I feel like if the content isn't good for Navia, you do not play Navia. Right? I think it's kind of like Kenichi. Fuck up tolerance? Can't really fuck things up. I think it's just also C. Or like in your fuck up gameplay, your S is gonna be like around 110k. Like 100 to 110k. Your A is gonna be like, I guess 90 to 100. B would be like 80 to 90, maybe? I don't know. I think this is fine, yeah. One cost overall DPS. Bro, what the fuck is the one cost Navia team? Like Bennett, Kachina, Shangling? Kachina's not in the sim. That's cooked. I think it's probably it'll probably be similar to Zhongli. If you remove Shilon and Red Shred, it's literally Kachina. No, because Shilon generates good energy. Kachina does not. New gradient dropped. What's even the third row? It's basically how good the team will perform if you suck at the game. That's a column, not a row. You are very right. I think they were asking about the column, though. It wouldn't make sense to ask what the third... Like, yeah. Llama, Hyperbloom, fine. Yeah, also... Shield resistance is B. It's not particularly shield resistant, but like... There's also not that many things that hard counter it. So it's kind of like, eh. Fuck up tolerance. Oh yeah, that's an S. Uh-huh. One cost, overall DPS. So one cost would be Kuki, Singto, Flex. Don't think it quite makes S. Because your last slot options kind of suck. But it's a comfortable A. I guess without Singto cons and Kuki cons, it's probably a B. It's gonna be the first A here. Oh, that's crazy. We're gonna need a new gradient, chat. Color 1, B. Color 2, A. B to A. No. Gradient tier list. I think the best gradient is probably... I like the D to B one a lot. B to A is definitely S tier. Like F to C and D to C are like A tier. F to D is like, yeah. D to B, also A. C to B and F to D are like C tier. I guess A to S as well, because it kind of, like, it almost doesn't look like they're gradients. And then C to S is F tier. This is ugly as fuck. A 2-color gradient between orange and green is just not it. It is just not it. Like, you need an intermediary yellow. But I can't do that. So it's cooked. Isn't C to S sneak here? What do you mean sneak? You said, if you said fellow tolerance also reflects team DPS, then should it be more than overall team DPS for Loma Hyperbloom? Yeah. Again, this is compared to the best team available with the same assumptions. Right? Overall means that you can assume anything. Fuck up means that you assume that you suck at the game. Sure, Loma Hyperloom if you suck at the game is worse than Mawika Melt if you're good at the game. But you're not good at the game. You suck. You, chatter who asked this question. You suck. Milani Vape at B on DPS is insane. Milani is not that good of a character. Milani has, like, basically the best C1, C2, and SIG in the game. The people that go for those kinds of things get really good clears on Milani. But C0R0 Milani is pretty underwhelming. I don't know about Sig. Maybe if it buffed her ult. Her ult never hits with when your shred is up anyway, so it doesn't matter. Milani's ult is like such a fraud. Her ult never hits, period. True. You can't clear Dire with C0 or 0 Kanich, but so many people cleared with C0 or 0 Milani. Well, yeah, Milani's better than Kanich. But if each character that's better than another character is put in a different tier, we're going to need as many tiers as there are characters. Kanich is like at the bottom of the B tier, and Milani, like Kanich Burning at the bottom of B, and Milani Vape at the top of B. How good is 6E Kanich, by the way? Not as good as Varessa. Well, one costume are you assuming for Varessa to be S tier? It doesn't really matter which one the last one is. Bennett, Changling, RMC. I think you guys are just heavily overestimating Mawika Melt with only 4 stars. Like, I don't know if you've ever played Malika with Rosaria, but trust me, you're gonna want to kill yourself. I talked about that, Pipoga. I decided not to for Versa. Anyways, maybe we'll continue this another day. Honestly, I'm kind of tired. I think tomorrow we'll actually do what I said I would do today, but I lied, so I didn't. We'll do the FLINS post-release. Oh yeah, we can stall. I forgot about the stall. We stare. We pound. We hound. We mound. Oh no. We bound. We wound. Thank goodness. The 5 across might be a wild one. One of Joker. A Joker might be a wild what? I don't know. Homer called its oil liquid gold. Is that like Homer from like Greece? Is he even Greek? I don't even fucking know. Probably. Or is it like Homer from The Simpsons? Symbolic flower in Buddhism. Lotus, maybe? Bunkers on a golf course. Oh. Use crayons. Oh. I was like doodle, but no, that doesn't work. No clue. Really energize. Maybe re something. Probably. I don't know. Garment that may be strapless. Dress? Jolt? Card? Color? Olive? What? Rev up? It wasn't, like, somehow I stumbled into the first letter, even though my logic was wrong. Traps? Okay. Sure, I guess. Let's do the angle. No. Don't like this angle today. A bit bigger than 30, I think. It's not that much bigger. I'm gonna guess 33. 35. Not bad. I should know this. Is that Code Geass? But the characters look so like... The body types look like Code Geass, but their clothing just looks wrong. I think it's Code Geass. Maybe it's like a different one, but I don't know, man. No, okay. Their clothing looked so old, man. Nudity. What in the fuck is this, bro? I think I can show this. What's going on here, man? I don't know. I can't show this. I certainly can't show this. It was Chained Soldier. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, what the fuck is this, man? Maybe? The something? No. It's probably not the. It's probably like... Tuh. I don't know, man. The Royal Tutor. Okay, cooked. I think I actually read the manga for this. Like a few chapters of it at least. I didn't know it was animated. It was really boring. I didn't like it very much. Okay. I don't know what his fucking name is. I mean, that's probably Danganronpa, but I don't know who this is. And that looks like it's probably from Oran High School. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's Gin something. But I don't remember what. Gintoki? That sounds right. I think. That. Yeah, it was around high school. Okay. Fate character. Alright, man, whatever. Is that from that one fucking show where they're like in buildings and shit? I talked about this before. I watched an episode of this show when I was at a hotel in New York with I was rooming with Nick's editor, Alan. And we were like really bored, and we saw that on like on the TV, and we were like, you know what? Fuck it, let's watch this shit. Why not? It was not good. I think it's from that. I don't remember what it's called. Like we're cooked. I don't know. Tenku Shin. What is it called in English? Is it that? I think it's that. High Rise? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, whatever. Cooked. I don't know any of these. But I feel like we could probably guess this from context clues. This is definitely from something that is garbage. What kind of, like, dog shit harem slop is this? That's, like, the hard part. I don't know, man. Sakura Trick. I don't know what this is. That's from Conan. Okay, dude, get this fucking Fate garbage out of here, man. No one likes Fate. Stop it. Psychological drama, suspense, old, worse than 8.2, not light novel. Not fantasy. Not time travel. Psychopaths? Maybe. Not original. Huh? Like game or some shit? Ergo Proxy? That's an original idiot. Sorry. Between 2012 and 2014, or 2016? Drama, suspense, psychological. Umineko? Wouldn't that be gore, though? Steins Gate? Steins Gate is not below 7.9. Angel Beats? Drama, suspense? Psychological? No. School. That's helpful. Drama, suspense, psychological, school. Danganronpa? No. It is a visual novel, though. Clannad? No. Grisaya. Is that higher than a 7.2? For real, for real? That's crazy. Have I heard this before? I think so, but I don't think it's from something I watched. I think I heard it, like, secondhand. No, I don't reckon. Oh, what the? That's Madoka. Which one, though? GG. I'm just gonna guess the first one, man. Actually, no, this first one seems wrong. Well, I don't know, man. Okay, bet. Hmm. I don't have a clue. Oh, that is so cringe. I don't know. Code Breaker. Wow. Well, maybe now I have one clue. Maybe now I have one clue. Damn. I guess I'm just too talented. That's crazy. Alright, that's gonna be it for today. I don't want to do the OST guesser. It is what it is. Let's... Sweet John. It's been a while. He's looking at the special program? I don't know. Does he have balls in his chat? Actually, no. Does he have mpreg? He doesn't have mpreg, but it's fine. Chat, your raid message is gonna be type mpreg if you hate, or if you think Rarier is ugly. This is your raid message, chat. I'm gonna go say hi.